Hi. Can't. What work do you have to do? I mean, that is the question. You know, the usual questions. Today's been weird. Larkin, hi, welcome on in. What do you mean? What do you mean? How's the day going, Larkin?
Stony_Eagle just resubscribed for 35 months. Pinching hands so close.
Goddamn. 35 is a long time. 35 is a long time. What do you mean you have the crying emoji as an answer to my message? What the fuck are you talking about? Cybersect, hi, welcome on in. Oh yeah, no, that, yeah, probably. I don't know, I don't touch the, I don't touch the stream notifications. Yeah. But I do help, so you know. Dang. There's a thing. What do you mean you can't be everywhere at the same time? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That does make sense. I have some sad news, some good news, some half news. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be an okay thing. Oh, I forgot that. Yes. So first thing first, let me see if that's visible while we hear. I have doubts. I don't really understand how this is happening, but my hair is flat, and then on this, so I'm basically like this, and I don't know how that happens because I sleep on this side, so it makes no sense. Anyways, it's just you know, on one side. Anyways, you thought about me earlier today. I see. What was you looking for? You said I was looking for the thing. What's the thing? I want to know the thing. It's not gravity, that's the thing. I mean, it is half gravity, but it's also, you know, dang. Since I kind of started to use a different shampoo, it is drier than usual, which is wrong. Not wrong, but like weird, because the shampoo itself is supposed to be nourishing shampoo, so it doesn't make any sense. You know, it's just weird. It's just weird. The website with the pretty colors. There is plenty of them. Are you looking for colors? Maybe with 2 O's or 3 O's for the different color palettes. Is that what you were looking for? Maybe. Anyways, so half bad news. The French government thing that is like returns to work type of situation, the thing that is I'm kind of subscribed to because I am unemployed officially. They fucked it up as intended. So in the last meeting that we had, we said, oh, you have a company that you're working for, which is yourself, and you are still looking for a job because your company is not profitable, which is the case. So you might need to fill out this form so that we can like combine both of the benefits that you could have. And I did that. I sent them the papers, and yesterday they sent me an email saying that I was unsubscribed from the service, and if I needed the service again, I would need to resubscribe. It doesn't cost anything, but like subscription is basically the easiest thing to understand. So that kind of didn't really make any sense. So I just contacted them, and then today they sent me a message saying that the request was denied because I've been unemployed. I mean, I quit the company, and so I'm not eligible to get the thing because I haven't worked 65 hours since then. Register would be more appropriate. That is true. Anyways, I've been working since I kind of have been unemployed for my own company, but I'm not getting paid, so I've never really explained that I was working. So I technically have been putting in thousands of hours in the company, but without pay. So, it doesn't really matter for me. And they didn't really understand that, so that's fine. But then they also said in their new app, they have a new design with a lot of 3D things. They also said that I had some sort of an appointment that I didn't go to yesterday morning, that I wasn't aware that I should have. And I received a message as a synthesis of what happened during that appointment and the thing that we talked about, which can't happen because I didn't go there. So I don't know how they kind of mixed things up. The synthesis resume things, survival, hi, welcome on, is basically saying like the thing that we had on the previous summary. Yes, thank you. The thing that we said on the previous meeting that I had in physical, that made sense. But then now, we didn't have a meeting, but I still had a summary. Thank you for the word. The word makes way more sense. So, so now I'm like, I need to reapply to re-register for the things that I still get paid, and then I need to show them or at least explain that I am working. I have no word any day, you know that. So that's the situation. I had my sister call me, which is something that was expected. Not for today, but was expected at some point. We knew, and we had a tiny chat about it, and now we knew we're gonna plan things out. Anyways, that is the half bad, half good news, because now that I'm unregistered, I have more time for myself. But in the good news, we now have this thing, which is better. So while I was publishing the last version, which was on the 18th, so 2 days ago, yesterday, basically sent it on the 17th, published it on the 18th, whatever. That was fully broken. The quiz was fully broken, and I didn't realize it. That's on that's on me. That's on me. That is my fault. That is fully my fault. But this thing was fully broken, and so what happens now is the fact that the quiz were not really working in terms of progress tracking when we had a question like this one, where the word was here, the thing underneath doesn't really work. So now what I have is, in these types of questions, if you type on it, you have the readings of the kanji, so that if you know how to read the kanji, but you're not sure which one it is, you kind of have a hint underneath. That's a pretty useful thing. It's also like a happy accident in a way. So, that. And then now that I kind of know that this is like a katori or whatever, a katori might be this one, might be something else. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But now this is fixed, which is pretty good. And also the other thing that I did, which took a bit of a long time, I would say, is inside of the dictionary section. If I'm starting quiz and I have a question that is going to be linked to oh, god damn it. Give me a fucking question. It's alright. A question for a verb. That's what I'm looking for. Come on, it's not this one. Now, that wasn't the case earlier, but now we have this tiny thing at the bottom, which is the Joker thing that I said will have some sort of a 50/50 options. So now we have a better kind of footer thing. I can just have that, and it halven the amount of options that I have. So for example, this one is not really a thing, can't happen, can't be checked, and maybe this is the right answer, whatever. So that's a thing that is pretty good and much better that we have jokers in the two types of questions that we need to have in the app, and that is better working. However, from now testing it while I'm recording it and using it, it seems slower than usual. So I'm gonna need to have to check that. But so far, this is a bit of a better thing, and the rest is still the same. The rest is still fully working how we want it. So I do like that. But yeah, that's a thing. And yes, it's not the and now you know why things can just break by doing other stuff. That was on me. I just trusted cursor, and I pressed apply about a week ago, and I didn't pay attention to that because I was working on specific other things, which was like that button in the center, and I didn't really pay attention to the fact that it was removing lines of code that I needed. That's on my ass. That fully on my ass. But you know, that's because I don't know what I'm doing. Other than that, other than that, we're good. Other than that, we're good. The sad news about the phone, though, is the fact that since it's plugged in all the time while testing and doing stuff, it is basically burning through the battery, and now my battery health is like fair. And it kind of charged up to 89% as a maximum. It still shows like 100%, but it's like 89%. So that's really bad. I'm kind of happy that I didn't buy the 16, so that the jump from the 15 to the 17 is going to be a better thing. But still, you know, that's a thing. What are your questions, Logan? What are your questions? Ask the questions. And rheumatology is interesting. It depends where you are and how you call it. I think in Belgium and in France, it's mostly like joints stuff. I think. But yeah. What do you mean first one above? The first one above is I have a couple of questions, and then you said summary, and then you said classic, and then you said the website with the pretty colors. I think it ends in IX, and you're looking for radix colors. Did I say that? I thought I said that. Maybe I said that in my head. Sorry. My bad. That's my bad. That's my bad. But yeah. That's what you're looking for. It. Right? That's the one you're looking for. Radix colors, which show you all the color palettes, and then you go into color palette and you get the ability to create a color palette through or by using one of their existing system. But you also have this. There is another very similar one, which is the Tailwind color palette blah 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 generator thingy. I think it might be called. It might not be this one. It might be the other one. It might be this one. This is similar, but yeah, this is basically the same thing. You basically select whatever you want as a main color, and it will generate like a full blown out thing. The good thing that I like better about this one is the fact that the color that you select shows you exactly which one it is. So if you are going into selecting like a very light color as your initial take, this one is kind of better because it really tells you, oh, that's gonna be your 200 with that lightness, like that level of lightness, that level of weight. This is gonna be your 200, whereas Radix is mostly gonna tell you nothing. Like it's just like if you have that and you say that this is your main color, your accent color, like your solid accent are gonna be very light where it shouldn't be. So like these two very light that I took should have been the 12. So that's why this one is kind of better to an extent, but also based on how Radix color is set up, it makes sense. But you need to understand how it's set up. Like that whole thing is way more complex than Tailwind. Tailwind is just based on lightness and hue. But yeah, this one is really good. It really gives you like a good overall preview on whatever you can have and how things are supposed to be looking. If you have something that is a bit brighter, a bit less bright as your main color that you want to have in your illustrations, in your UI, in whatever, all of that is pretty, I don't know, it's pretty good. I like how they have created this as a very, very simple, picker. But yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. Like that a lot. Also, it shows you how things shows or showcase are visible, whatever. So this is pretty good. But yeah, that's basically what you were looking for. Second question, what is it? What is the second question? Also, yes, we are, I think, 3 or 4 people. No, not 3 or 4. We are very close to reaching the requirement for YouTube initial things for monetization. I think we are like 394 followers out of 500. So that's pretty good. I don't have enough people watching on YouTube, and I'm not sharing enough videos on YouTube to be growing anyways. I get it. But if you have someone that is looking for something and you can just send them to my YouTube so that they click the button, did you know that? Do that. Highly appreciate it, as always. But yeah. I was looking for third monitor today and yesterday. I'm looking for the one specific monitor that I can't find anymore. I'm really looking for the initial Kickstarter company that built the 2 monitor in one stand thing. The thing that is like kind of clamshell, foldable, and I can't find it. So that's a thing. The second reason, or the main reason why I'm thinking about it is, I might. I have doubts, but I might. I might get rid of the MacBook Pro and replace it with a Mac Mini, which means that I need a screen, and that would imply a lot of things, but I might do that just because the Mac Mini is going to be more powerful than the MacBook Pro for cheaper, and based on the fact that I can send back the Mac, I can get a maxed out Mac Mini for $600. So I don't see why not. So I might do that, but that implies like having a new fucking display and so on and so forth. You're in. Hi, Colin. How are you? But yeah, I'm looking for the clamshell thing bitch ass stuff that I forgot the name and I can't find again. And the sad thing is, because I'm on Chinese apps, I'm seeing all of the Chinese things that are so good, but I can't get here. Every time I try them or I see them in um, like here. I was looking for things specifically. Yeah, early stream again, just because I have things to do later, as in sleep, and it's. I didn't show you the one that I was looking for. I showed you a similar one. I showed you like what it is, but not how it is or the real one. That's that's the reason. I showed you one that exists. So, for example, this one should be available here, but it's not available in France because they are bitches, and I hate them. But these ones are basically like duplicates of the Pro display to an extent for like $500 instead of anything else. Like they really have the we didn't copy your homework type of thing. It is very much the same, but for like yeah $500. So that's pretty good. But it's not available here, so maybe I will at some point do something else. I don't know. Again, these monitors are cheaper for reasons, and they are not as good, obviously, as the Apple Display. But the Apple Display is 5K, and I do have 5K in my bank account, but I don't have 5K to spend. So that's probably not going to happen. But yeah, that's kind of what I was looking for. But also, if I go into, I don't know if Xiangshu is going to have my latest finds. I have doubts. Lots of it. Dead ass. Sorry, you saw nothing. Yeah, it's called Google. Like him. You just type your BRG values, but also RGB and BRG are basically just you swap the things, so you know. You should be fine. Can I find that? Yeah, that is a pair of cheeks. There is these. I love these. Just because it is not an iPad, but it has the size of an iPad, and having like a 16-inch side display with a teeny tiny mount that you can just have on your suitcase, in your backpack for everywhere is pretty good to me. So thinking about this included with a Mac Mini would be a great combo, I think, for traveling, for also other activities, just so that I have a display that I can use for everywhere, which is similar to the one that I'm using for the PC right now. But you know, that thinking about it, unsure if it will happen, but that's the thing. That's the thing that I may do at some point. I don't know. I like them. They look cool. However, again, they are not available in France, which I'm not gonna attempt. But you know, it looks neat. You know. But your question, Larkham, is basically going to be this. You are looking for an X to RGB. And you take your first link, and then you have your RGB. And boom. You got your value. Like, Google is pretty good. I mean, you know. It's gonna give you everything you need. Yeah, but it's the same thing. Like if you want like a BGR hex, I don't know what that is. Um, doesn't seem to exist. But there are probably people that have seen the things or used the things. But I have never heard of BGRX. I mean, to me, from what I'm seeing, is just the reverse of RGB. It's just BGR. So, if you just want like an inverted things, I would gonna go there. What happened there? Did I send something that I forgot to? Oh yeah, I did that. Sorry. Uh, I fully forgot I was working on this. So if it's an Xcode that is reversed, you just have to reverse it. Again, an Xcode is really, really simple. I have 11 desktops just because I have most of my stuff open, and I need like 3 for coding, 2 for streaming, 1 for Figma, and then 3 for communications. And I have 2 free just in case. Anyways, your initial values, right, for your bitch, that's the wrong button. For your RGB, right? And then for your Xcode, right? So, shit. Good. If you're here and you're like, we just need to do that, that's about it. Your values for your blue, your values for your green, your value for your red are gonna just be swapped. So it shouldn't be that complicated. And I mean, first question, why the fuck are you in BGR instead of RGB? Like, that's the first question. Then the second question is gonna be, why are you in BGR and not RGB? And, no. Microsoft is not using BGR. I think your computer is in French. That's the issue. That's probably Microsoft should use RGB, yeah. You're using perplexity, which means that these have been generated values, which means that these might be wrong. This perplexity is the same as the rest of the other LLMs based. This is a bit better, but it is still generative. So it is good generation, but it's not, I mean, It's the same thing as this. Like, if really you have a reverse, it is a reversed. The central node is going to be the same. The side nodes are just going to flip. So if you have whatever RGB you have, as in, I don't know, we don't have an example here, which is kind of sad. But if you have this, which is D9, 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 it's going to be D9, and you flat it, you swap it. So it's, I'm not saying that it's not correct. I'm saying that it shouldn't exist. BGR makes no sense. Like, as a whole system, that it makes no sense. I mean, listen, when I'm working with SwiftUI, for example, SwiftUI doesn't really take on X codes as color codes. So when I'm needing to have an X code to basically RGB, which is basically wrong, but still, I create a helper function that does that for me in all of my files. I have like a converter in SwiftUI that just takes X codes, convert them into RGB so that SwiftUI can understand them. The thing is, even if you had to use like an ampersand H00FF00 0% value, I'm doubting the feasibility in long term, the sustainability in long term, and yeah. I mean, let me see that. Right? You hear, and you say, I need an artifact to convert X codes for colors or RGB code into your value. And then you hope for the best. And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, I don't know. But if it does, you good? But also, it seems like the 1v1v1b is here, and it's just like nothing in the front, so it's just the same. You just add these two. Yeah. It kind of shifts. Like, I have a AAFF00, which is like basically a switch. It's what they call them, artifacts. When you are creating something in, like, generating codes that is compiled and usable directly inside of code, they call that an artifact. Yeah, I don't know. First of all, I don't know what Lagom is working on. Like Visual Basics is not something that I know. I don't know why you're working on that, but fine. And and you know, nonetheless, this took me 30 seconds. And during these 30 seconds, it's been 29 of me trying to type the first sentence. So, again, I don't know if it's right. I don't know if this conversion gives you the exact same thing or the output that you are looking for. But with that, at least you would have a converter. And if this is not exactly what you were looking for, you may change it. But also, if that works, that works. Like it took me 3 seconds. I don't even know if I can publish the thing in my current plan. So it's just it is nothing. Again, took me 20 seconds. That's something. But yeah, I don't know what you're working on, which is kind of complex as a whole. Like it sounds weird. Like I wouldn't do that, but I get it. Other than that, we do have some non-related related things, kinda. Where this has been published. If you haven't seen it, that's mostly for me, you know. But the Duolingo handbooks have been published in last week, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I forgot, whatever. It has, or it contains most of the reality of how Duolingo came to be and how it basically worked and why it's kind of still working. So there is a ton of things in there that are really interesting and really good for like learning purposes, but also how can I say that? Business models, Stony specifically, that. I know that your app is kind of different, but some of the things in there make sense and are aligned with what we're trying to build. So in all that, this is pretty good. There is a ton of really cool illustrations, but so there is a ton of research illustrations somewhere down in that fucking thing. Let me see if I can find it. It's lower down. God damn. That's a piece of cheeks. But there has been like a lot of cool illustration research showcasing how the things are Cat, did your hairdryer set on fire right now? Or what you talking about? So yeah, this is pretty cool. Overall, we do like it. It has a ton of, again, really, really nice content, including stuff for me to ensure that I have like a good product. Good job. Well, I hope you unplugged it before you throw it inside of the water, Otherwise, the toaster in the bath is not a really good thing. Yes, Stony, your gradient passed. At least for me. Your gradient was pretty good. Or good enough. And yeah. I don't know. It's your flatmate we talking about. I don't know them. I don't know. Anyway, Stony wanted me to take a look at this thing. I hate it. To an extent, there are a lot of things that could be improved. I need context, though. Because... see? You said think about it as something to enhance YouTube experience, which is what is said in the link that you shared, whatever. Is it something that you are working on? Is it something that someone else is working on? Is it something that my feedback are going to be used for? Or is it just you want me to take a look? Like which side of things is it? You should do that in. Why are you flying? Sorry, that something's flying. Larkin, you should do that in Python. I mean, from what I can, I don't have any knowledge of that, but my brain went into Python. Python seems like a really easy thing to parse document and look for similarities, rather than whatever you're using. But maybe you are limited with the company. It is a popular extension, I see. Well, yeah, so from this, which is not the exact extension, it is something different. There's a thing that is really designed by dev, and I hate it. It's this. Can you guess? Look at that. How useful is this? How is that a good idea? How anyone say, oh yeah, I'm gonna rotate stuff and it's gonna look good. It doesn't. It's really bad. Everything is really bad. Genie, hi, welcome in. It doesn't look cool at all. Look at it. It's on everything. Like they decided to have the rate and the support to rotate, but the heart is just pumping, which makes sense. Yes, but that makes no sense. Like, anyways, other than that, these things are or could benefit from having video, and then underneath you have the drop down so that you can detect or have like easier scannable things. I understand why they did that. Mainly is because they want to cram everything on the side of, uh, that. But also, if you have all of your cards inside of the main container, right there, this makes no sense, or this is useless. Like you don't need quick access, which right now I think, based on what Stoney said, this is a code pen, so obviously this is not working because the hankers don't work. I'm guessing if you click on that, it just goes into customization, but I don't know. And then, like, most of these things are okay, but it has a lot of distraction. I really think that the cards that you're working on or the cards that you're hovering should take the background that the other ones don't, so that you know exactly where you are looking at and what you're editing at that instant and all that. But yeah. Network should drive using each one of these elements after the other. Search in the Windows Explorer search bar if I can find a folder. Since the network shared drive with 1,000 folders, 10 times more subfolders, takes 10 minutes at least to search using one of these elements. I have to do that in 3 different drives. You should. Before I go back to roasting the extension, it is a database parsing algorithm that you're basically building, at least for me, or from my point of view. So you have your database, which is your drives, and you have your content. The thing that I'm thinking is you need to parse the thing once it's connected and then hold the content like in memory so that you don't have to go through everything multiple times. You have that in memory and then you just pick from the content, which technically Windows already does that by default, or at least macOS does that by default. I think Windows does that by default as well. The parsing of drives is a native thing. So it sounds weird. It sounds weird. But yeah, I think Python is going to give you the much needed speed. And again, Claude is going to give you an answer. Like even if you don't know how Python works, if you just ask Claude to generate a Python script that does exactly what you said, with all the parameters, as much parameters as possible that you can give it, it will spit out the script that you can just run and it will do the thing for you. I think it should be easier. Running through different drives and different folders might take a long time, I know. But again, like, I think the Python script that I had to do to go through the 20,000, I mean, not 20,000, but like the XML file with 2 million lines for the Japanese kanjis that I have, Python was way faster than manual search, you know. But yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It sounds weird. It sounds complex for no specific reasons. Again, I don't have all the information, so obviously I don't know. But yeah, going back to this thing, I am understanding the reasoning behind why everything is in one page, because it's an extension dashboard, therefore it's only seen once or twice, and it's not like something that you see often. And you also don't want to navigate through that most of the time. I get that. But this is overwhelming for anyone. Like it just takes... There is so many information everywhere, and some things are more necessary than others. Some things are like kind of, how can I say that? Combinable, or like making them a bit more easier to have. Like, let's say, brain went away. I see that. Good job. The export and import button, for example, could be at the top as you export and import your presets. So that leaves you with a bit more space around here. And then, like, I get it. It's really much a dev thing, Stony. I agree with that, where they want to have any single options things available, as the pop-up player is going to have that resolution size, where I don't need that. I understand. I don't need it. I'm also really, how can I say that? Privilege is not the thing that I was looking for, but privilege is going to work. Right? If I do that, I have the preview. Like I have the preview right here, which is basically what they call the pop-up window, I think. And that's my size right here. But let's say I wanted it to be bigger, I can. I wanted it to be smaller, I can. And that's the thing. Actually, hi, work on it. So I feel personally that that picture-in-picture behavior being an option, it implies that this is useless. Same thing as this, right? They like. I understand, but I as someone who is using Arc, and I don't want to be like an Arc chill or something, but that whole thing is by default set up in Arc. Like if I have my mini player and I set the size, the placement, the thing, I change the tab and I use like a different video, you know, that makes sense. Is this what happened? Was this today? That's interesting. I didn't know that this was released today. I didn't know that the event was today. I thought it wasn't. That's interesting. I'm surprised. I am surprised.
Jason222 is now following.
Yes, and set that off and follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on. How are you, Nepshi? How's everything? Oh, copy. I finance. Oh. Oh. That's today. That's loud. Why is that so loud? Oh. That's it? I didn't know. I didn't know that this was today. But also, if that was like 10 minutes ago, they released a new iPhone? Today? Like, I'm surprised. Also, that's way too much. But basically what they're saying is that they have like a new iPhone E, which is what they were expecting, like the SE thing, with a new chip, which is the A18. And better camera, which is a single camera, which is pretty good. They also have the camera button removed compared to the regular ones. But yeah. Better antenna, better shit, better AI. I do like the look of it. Like specifically this section, I do like this a lot. I think it's pretty good. The thing that's really fun for me, specifically because I you know, I like stuff. I've seen this entire phone yesterday, 2 days ago, 3 years ago. Here, as in. It's been released and available in China since I don't know when, but let me see if I can find the thing. Um, God damn. So I was right. These apparently have been kind of
Zal_A is now following.
Zal A. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. These, like right here, that has been released, and apparently that video has been taken down, and this one as well has been released, popped out in Changshu 3 days ago, 4 days ago. So that's pretty impressive. But you know, like, I saw that before the announcement of today. I thought that the announcement was in a week or two. I thought it was March. And then there is also this with the iPhone Air. I don't know how real this is, but if that's true based on the rest of the videos that we just saw today and yesterday, this might be true. I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. But yeah, like they have these things. Anyways. So this is interesting that they do have a release day video thing today, and that's the only thing that they are talking about. Nothing else. That's just one video, which is pretty impressive. As always, there is nothing. And this has been published 14 minutes ago. And that's it. I don't get it. I do not get it. It's not the usual behavior. So, you know, if that's it, if that's all they are announcing, I'm really disappointed, as always. For obvious reasons. Like, it is not that useful. I didn't see a price. I didn't look for a price. If there was a price, it's probably cheaper. But you know, might just do that. Buy that instead of a 16. I don't know. It's kind of... It is the first time that they have released a number letter since the S days. Like when they were doing the 5 or 4S, 5S type of things. Yeah, 6S. And since then, I think 7 has been from 7 to 8, 8 to 9. There hasn't been like a 7 SE. Like they had the SE or the XR, but yeah, they haven't done that again. So that's interesting. I don't think it's good. Anyways, I don't really understand why they just did that out of nowhere. But yeah. Anyways, that's the thing. So yeah, Stoney, that's that. I think that's about it. I would add stuff as potentials, like maybe having my titles right here take the color of the background and have like a pill shape around them so that it looks like an indentation in the card itself, or take the color of the background here and so it looks like a tab above or outside. But even that, it is so subtle that I think, or it looks like it's a mistake rather than looking like an on purpose type of thing. It really looks like the dev said, I can't center the content inside of my div. and they basically had like way too much space at the bottom and not enough at the top, so it just looks off-centered, and they could just shift everything down with like 16 points and be good with it. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. That's what I'm saying. It's weird. But yeah, other than that, and these bitch ass, yeah, I'm not gonna look at how dumb this look. Sorry, if you're the dev that built this and you enjoy that, fine. But the red is YouTube red, which is I get it, but it's also not the right red anymore. Now it's more pink. It's not contrasty enough with that gray background. So pure black website would have been better. The white is way too white. And the text, specifically these, should, may have some sort of an opacity to ensure that you have like a bit of a how's it called? Ugh. No, not that. Yeah, I just, I don't know. I'm gonna say that. I don't think an icon that spins is a good idea. If you want like an effect in a button, you can have, you have multiple options, but the regular option is you have your button at the bottom of your like website, and on hover, it's raised. So everything is like kind of growing so that you know exactly what you're going to click on. But yeah, I know I have to install the thing I want, but dang, will not happen. But yeah, that's like you have raised, or you have the reverse of raised, recessed option, and that's about it. These are like the two things that you can have, could do. That makes sense. You also have the shifts. So when you have an element that is here and then you are hovering it, it's just shifting to one side or the other. Specifically when you have like a selection menu, you want the thing to go next, so to the right side. Bitch, why are you flying? There's a bit of a mosquito thing flying around. I'm gonna kill that bitch at some point. If I can find it. If I can find it. So yeah, that's a thing, right? Having a bit of a shift, a bit of an horizontal displacement with the left padding margin thing, whatever. Which would be much better. And then you have the one that Kevin has been calling or talking about. Let me see if I can find that. It's been like 3 days. What? Please do. Please do. Kevin has been working or tried to work, did a video on this thing right there based on this effect. Like, this is an option. It's useless. I don't think it would work. I don't think it would be a good thing for the concept of that sidebar. Nonetheless, the sidebar needs to go away, but this is a much more interesting hover effect. You know. Oh, dang. Yeah, no, I will. I will kill before. I'm not getting sucked tonight. No head game for that mosquito. Not happening. She's getting slapped on the ass before the head is happening. Yes. Anyways, this is much better. This is much better for menu, hover effect, things than what was done. And I know that Kevin has tried to do something similar. Obviously, I am biased. I have like my own circular navigation selection, so that's a thing that I do like. But you know, other than that, I think like this is enough of a selector, right? To notice something happen. So you know, yeah. See, so much shit that you can do and add to your app to ensure that it has like a very interesting interactive mode. Like right now, there is this new app called Paper that seems to be promising. I don't know. I don't know. Paper seems to be pretty interesting in terms of what they do. It seems to be something that generates or help you generate shaders and shader based effects. So shit like this, shit like that, other activities and creation that they have done in the past exist. The thing is, the app or the website right now is nothing, and nothing is on there, which is pissing me off because they should showcase stuff today, build the hype. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. That exists, that might happen. It seems, at least to me, based on what they have showcased, it seems to be closer to Unicorn Studio. Like overall, this is roughly the same. This is shaders and other effect that needs to be applied on the Canva, and then you can have like interactions or interactivity with your Canva. I feel like this is roughly what Paper is going to be overall, like with specifically with these God's Ray at the bottoms based on what they have here, God's Rays at the top, right? Seems really similar. So I guess it's probably going to be the same, or at least something similar. So we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They have been posting that on Twitter as a hint. Ray's back, good back, brain. Good job. Good job. But in reading the sentence properly this time. So yeah, that's a thing. It's a potential thing. We'll see. We'll see. Nonetheless, that whole thing, that whole like dashboard setup section is just bad. It's just bad. It's just bad. It shouldn't be like this. It should be simpler. It should be easier. All that. So you know. I'm not gonna propose a redesign because I have too much stuff to work on at the moment. Um, but yeah, on the note of I have too much stuff to work on at the moment, let me see if we can have this working. I have doubts. Lots of it. I think this needs to be here, sadly, so that it makes sense. Let's see. Does that run? I don't know. It did. It did run. It did succeed. I don't know how much time it is going to take to get the whole thing working, but you know, have a good grocery shopping thing. Okay. Or don't if you don't want to get out. Cool. So this is the current state of the app that I'm working on. We have the map, and that's pretty good. And then we do have overall, we do have the search option so that it kind of gives you the list of the existing things that we currently have in the system. You have Paris to switch to Paris, or Tokyo if you are in Tokyo, whatever, all that makes sense. Then I have the ability to go in and add entries to the database through my phone. The thing that I'm missing right now is the addition of pictures, because I haven't set up the Firestore database. I have Firebase, Firestore, whatever, hosting section. So that's not in there just yet. But at least we have this, so it works. It contains most of the things, as I said, like it's really good, I think. I'm biased. But like having the ability to look for, I don't know, something. Let's say I'm looking for Isetan in Singapore. It's gonna just look for the things for me through MapKit, give me most of the information, as in what are the location base, what is the address, the full address, what are the details that I need to fill out that's on me, but also like the category is 4.0, at the category rating is 4.0 every time because that is the default, but then obviously free and all of that is basically going to send data to the database, which is pretty good, which I do like as a whole. But yeah, that's where we are as of today for what we do have on the app. It's pretty good. It's a good start. It's much better than what I had last week that I talked about. This gives me way more flexibility and way more ability to just look for the places that I want to have in the filter, in the addition filter right here. I do have at the bottom the ability to say this is premium, this is favorite or featured, and if I'm entering it as premium, it will be behind the paywall. If it's not, it's going to be available for all, so that's pretty good. As a whole, I'm currently kind of struggling with the zoom. It resets the zooms every time you do something, so if I do that, it zoom out and it doesn't zoom in again, which is annoying. So yeah, but that is where we are. Also have that where it gives you friends, but it doesn't zoom in either, which is sad. But yeah, that's where the current project is as far as today. I've added today the navigation at the bottom and the overall database fixed. So I did that alongside the creation of the kanjis for can, diggy, jokers, all that. But yeah, it was a productive day, code wise. It did have a bit of a mess to make it work, but it kind of worked. At the end of the day, we're kind of good. So That's neat. And then that 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 apparently based on the thing that I talked about cat last stream, which was on Monday last time. Mistral, the AI, the French AI thing, has been kind of, as I said, popular, and they kind of raised to top one on the App Store for AI apps. We have a reversed ass right now. We need to keep that. Keep that reversed ass. Yes. The Mistral AI. Do you remember that? The one with the cat. Right, right here, this one with that cat specifically, has been popular. Specifically, this app has rose to the top one of the App Store on iOS. So it seems everyone is testing it out. Haven't. It's French. I'm biased. I applied to work there. They rejected me, so I'm extremely biased. Twice. So, you know, I don't hold grudges, but kinda. But it rose to the top of the charts, so that's interesting. That might be a reason. I do like most of the simplicity of the website itself and the design language that they have. I need to test it out to make sure that it works. I know that Larkham has tried it and said that it was not that good. But yeah, I think the cat is the only thing that make it good, because the rest is just, I mean, my bias against French is strong. So, you know, that. What do you think the future of streaming goes? Oh. Also that's weird. Sorry, that's weird. 1 second. I received a very specific message. Huh, I see. Cool. Chipulis, hi, welcome in. I mean, the future of streaming is kind of weird. I think IRL streaming is gonna be not taking over, but like still growing as it is. People kind of seems to like vlogs in general, so that's a thing. If that's the question that you are kind of asking, just streaming as a whole, I think it's going to be mostly for constant marketing and brand building, which is basically what I'm doing. As in, I'm live because I can showcase what I can do in order to be able to get clients. So that's the thing. But also, if I have a client and I'm working for the client live, they can have a say, and it's like crowd built. So it's free promotion, as in Stony, for example, is building something and we are working on it together. This is free marketing. There's not like 50,000 people watching the stream, but it's still exposure, so that's pretty good. And you know, at the thing, the mood in France is pretty good. I don't know what's happening because I don't have a TV. The only news or the only news content that I'm consuming is from the internet, meaning that it is going to come from the US and Japan. Like, this is the only thing that I know. My For You page on TikTok has been 90% Japanese lately, which is really good for me because I'm trying to learn. I have less and less ass, which is kind of sad, you know, but still good. But it is like the news that I have are mostly US and Japan. And so when the French government kind of imploded and had to dissolve, I learned about it because someone else asked me how it was happening in France. And I had no clue. And it was like 3 days before. And I didn't know. So yeah, I mean, my bubble is even more outside of politics than Europe in general. So yeah. Also, Kat, did you, a proposal for a job in Paris? Did where? Where? Because we talked about it before, but in the reality of things, that's Paris officially, right? That's the Paris. I'm in the center. Like I am in the center. But if you're working around here, that's pretty good. If you're working around here, that's not pretty good. If you're working around here, that's pretty good. It's pretty expensive. If you're working around here, that's debatable. If you're working around here, a lot of people are really happy with what they have here. And then a lot of people are working around these kind of like workspaces. Grass and high. What on it? So like this thing is where most business people are. So it's farther out. Though one of the good thing about that is one of the job that I had was around here, and like in that specific thing, like this is the industrial district of Ivry. I used to live around here and was around there, so that's like farther away. But the good thing about that is that the living spaces and all of that are kind of cheaper around here. You are further out, and if you need to go to Paris per se to just have friends and do that, you need to take into consideration like your last trains and all that. But the IT is around here. I mean, the IT is around everywhere. Technically, like it's just yes. That's a good question. I do not know. $2.3 million, apparently. As of 2023. Yeah. Yeah, so you're probably La Défense type of shit. Which is, okay. And Paris flat or Parisian flat are not that expensive. I'm obviously biased, but if you want to rent and you say that you want to rent something that has a minimum of, I don't know, 30 square meters, maybe, 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 and you want to be in the center, like you have things for 2.7k a month, This is a 51 square meter thing, which is in the 17th, which is somewhere around here. But you could also have some stuff that is like, I don't know, you want a maximum budget of 2K per month. Let's say 2K is pretty fine. You may find less. And if you're in the center, where I am, you may have things at, yeah, about roughly 2K, 1.5, 1.2, 1.8 type of thing. So, you know, options. Then you have stuff that are like kind of cheaper. Like this one doesn't have pictures. That is unsafe. That, unsafe. No picture, unsafe. You have that. You have that for $500. You know, that's a lie. That's probably a fake flat. It looks too clean. Well, technically, if you want to rent in Paris, the not recommendation, but like the I think they forgot a fucking zero in there. The thing that the landlord are requesting is 2 to 3 times the rent per month as a salary. So if your rent is 1K, you are supposed to make 3K a month. If the rent is $500, you are supposed to make 1.5K. So you know, that's the thing. That's usually what is recommended. And then obviously for people that are not wanting to live in the center of Paris, you can live somewhere around here, and you have stuff that are like kind of much bigger for way lower price. As in this one is $790, which is okay, and it has 4 pictures, except this one that just loads. The first 4 just don't load. Nonetheless, all that is or are options. Like this one is farther north. It has stuff. Not saying that it's good or bad. It's just like it has pictures, which is pretty good. But yeah, that's the thing. I guess in my previous flat that was here, which wasn't a 30 square meters, was mostly like a 20 square meters. Technically, it was like a 15, but you know, if I do 18, I'm gonna have the 19 point something, which is pretty good. These are Parisian flats, which are really small and most of the time not well built in terms of furniture placements or the ability for you to move things around and organize. So that is to take into consideration. But there is a ton of options, again, in that whole thing where you could find a flat like mine, which was right here, right there, in that fucking whole stuff. Was like 480 when I started in 2016. Yes. And then it went up to 500 and I think 570. So almost $100 more because I stayed there for like 3 years. But you know, it's how things goes. But that's how things are around here. Yeah. I mean, you could stay here, yes. And the other one that we talked about before is also a thing. But you know, I don't think a junior coder is gonna make 2.5K in France. Like it's Like the median of Paris for an average software developer, which is probably like not really senior, is 44K. That's the median. Meaning that most companies are trying to say that the median is going to be the higher tier. So they are trying to pay around here, roughly. So it's going to be 34K to, I guess, 40K in general. And then the 62 on the other end is like for the bigger company that have the means to do that, but French companies do not have that most of the time. So that is roughly what we have. And to achieve like 50K to 60K a year, you need like 15 to 20 years of experience in dev, which is not junior. Yeah. You basically, I mean, currently in every countries, you kind of need to live with your family, with a house, with a spouse, with roommates, you know, that. Sadly. But this is like a median thing, and this is not necessarily the thing that the take home pay. This is like the salary before tax. So 44 is, you know, not great. Not great. Pay scale in general is pretty good. To give you an ID, again, it's not necessarily the best ID, and it's not necessarily the most exact data, because this is like on the, I think it's voluntary disclosure. Like I can say something, but like I don't think I have other thing than a senior UX designer for me. And my salary is like around 60K when I have a job, which is not the case. But yeah, that's the current state of things. And 60K is giving you roughly 3K a month. So yeah, that's right. Why is that not? I think I know. Is you working? The ads. The ads. So with an annual salary of 60K, you're basically making, an annual salary of 60K, you're making 46, which means that you're making like 39 per. Bitch, can you get the fuck out? You're making an annual of 46, and you're making 3.9K, so 4K a month, roughly. Then you have taxes and things at the end of the year, all that. So, you know. Yeah. That's the thing. I read something. Um, yeah. We don't really have hourly, like 20 an hour. It's giving you 15 an hour in total, which is giving you 2.3K, which is pretty good. Like it's not much. It's 28 or 36, which is roughly what you would have. Why is this so many ads? That is crazy. This bitch is just. I mean, it's not working if I'm not, or if I'm having this, which is crazy. What? Yeah. No. That makes no sense. Anyways. that's a that's the thing. If you want to live comfortably and be kind of good in Paris, I think an overall salary of 3K per month give you really comfortable abilities to do stuff. You may have to commute a bit longer than usual, but that's pretty good if you want to live inside of Paris. An average monthly of like 4K is gonna be better, but that's like, you know. And salaries of 100K don't really, I mean, they do exist. They do exist, but in France, it's not really a thing that people have on the regular compared to like the US, for example, where 100K is not that much anymore based on where you live. So there is a lot of cities where 100K is just average or even kind of low for some people. I know it's not necessarily true, but you know, dang. And personally speaking, I think I said that before. 120K, I don't know what to do with my money anymore. I don't need that. I do not. I need like maybe 80K max, and I'm fine with it. I can live with 6. I'm fine with that as well. But you know, it's not that far. Again, going back to the map, because the map is going to be useful. Um, if you live in Paris, like inside, you are gonna have to commute most of the time 20 to 30 minutes to reach like where your job is if it is inside. Usually. If you live outside, you're probably gonna need to commute 30 to 40 minutes morning and evening. However, no, by train. Public transport are good. However, what happens is if your job is around here, you get a flat right there. Or you get a flat right here. And you can go there by foot with no issues because the real estate around there is not a place that people want to live to or at in. So it's cheaper. If you're looking for something that is extremely good, you can live around here. If you have a car, like you can go through that with a car. So on and so forth. There is a ton of things. Like basically when I lived here, I mean technically there at that crossroad right there. I lived there. My work was, I mean my work was here. So I had to commute from right there to right there. That took like 35, 40 minutes um, every day by train. And my school was here. So I had to do the same thing, but the other way. So I basically did both most of the time. And then when I was living here, in the beginning, my school was around here. So that was the reason. Like I wanted to have something that was really close to my school, and that's what I did. But then I changed school and I was living there, and my school was here. It was a bit of a pain. So, moving around in Paris, specifically when like changing flat, is not that complicated, and you can really say, well, I need to find a new flat that's closer to my current job, and you do that. Like I live there, and my then job was, I mean, when I decided to move, I was here, and my job was there. So I had like 45 minutes of transit to go there every day, every morning. There was no working at home type of thing that doesn't exist. 2014. And then what I did is I broke up with my girlfriend at the time, and I found a new flat. The new flat was around here. And then from there to there, it was kind of direct, so it was really good. And then I quitted this job to go to a job that was around here, which was really close because I could go there by foot. And then I left this job to go to a new job that was around here. And I moved from that flat to that flat, and my place to my work was like 15 minutes by foot. And then COVID happened. And then I stayed home. And now I'm still home. I haven't went back to that job since because I quit as well. All I'm saying is you can move and change flat really fast in Paris as long as you have enough income. And if you are dev, you might be in demand. It is easier for dev to not speak French. It's not the best. It's not the best. But it is easier if you don't really know French and you still like don't require French to work, as long as you have some sort of a good enough understanding of what needs to be done, you're kind of fine. You're kind of fine. Like to me, I mean, in my second agency, we had a Chinese dev, was an iOS dev, and didn't really speak French. Spoke French at times, but not really. Like mostly in English. It was way easier to communicate, and was trying to learn French. But overall, he had a good job. And then in the next company, we had people all over the world. So not speaking French was really good. And in the next company, we had a dev that was from, I think, Estonia. I think. I forgot. It's been a while. I think Estonia. So he wasn't really speaking French. He was learning. He was speaking English most of the time, and it was fun. So all I'm saying is that you don't need the French. You don't need to learn the French. Please don't learn the French. Because if you do so, I'm going to need to start to do some French learning streams, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to start speaking French and explain concepts in French. It would be really beneficial for most of you that are living and wanting to be in the vicinity of kind of closer to here, like Belgium or France or Luxembourg, all that. But don't, for the love of your sanity, don't. I highly recommend it to not, don't learn French. It's bad. It's bad for your health. It's bad for your mind. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. I mean, the main reason why we're saying that it's bad is roughly the simpler reason, that is, French language has not one of the most, but like a lot of silent letters that you won't hear, but they would need to be there. So in writing, there are a ton of things that you will have a very hard time to understand. But it's not necessary. Like you said that you would like to learn French, Chinese, Arab, and Russian. I think right now you should learn Chinese, like Mandarin to be precise. Cantonese is different, but yeah, Mandarin is kind of, whatever. The current state is way better than learning French, because I mean, pronunciation in Chinese is not that much better. Okay, it's just like the benefits. As a dev, if you have the ability to communicate with Chinese and maybe do some business relationship in between the company that you're working with in China and all of that, that cybersect, hi again. You said, I mean, I said hi again. Yes, I know. That my brain is slow today. I know you can help with Russian, which is pretty good. I can't read it though. That's the thing. But yeah, the thing with the intonations in Mandarin is people will understand, even if you make if you make a mistake. Like with, I'm gonna say that Chinese is context based, kind of like most of the Asian languages, as in Japanese, Korean, are kind of context based. So if you have a sentence and there is a word that is pronounced wrongly, you as a listener, you should understand the context, the overall context, and someone that is native also will understand the context. And so they know that you made a mistake, but they don't really care. They will make fun of you because you said ass instead of saying plate. Like the amount of time that you say mango instead of mango. In Japanese, mango is the fruit, mango is pussy. And when you say mango ga suki, that means I love pussy instead of saying I love mango. So obviously when you're saying it and you're speaking with someone else, they know what you're talking about. Specifically if you're eating a mango and at that instant, they know. They will just say, mango, not mango. And then you're like, oh yeah, right. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It is true. Both true statements. Yes, 100%. But yeah, if you are interested in project management for the future, I think you should really look into learning the language that you want to practice and use every day rather than anything else. And project management is the easiest job if you have the knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge, you will not succeed. You will be the hated product manager. So, explaining what the knowledge I'm talking about is going to be necessary here. Project management or product manager, product owner type of jobs requires you to have the understanding of what the rest of the team is going to need to do. So you need to have understanding of what the designer needs to do, what the dev needs to do, what the marketing needs to do. The sales, not that much, but it's better if you know what they need to do. And if you have the understanding, like the business understanding and the product understanding, like the most broad understanding of most of the jobs that are encapsulated in that product development cycle, you would be good. Most project manager, however, are people managing and not project managing, which means that they don't have the technical skills and they only rely on asking for deadline, but they don't know how to kind of judge if the deadline is realistic, not realistic. Like if you tell me I need to design a screen, the screen is supposed to be this, there is this in there, I know exactly how much time it would take me, so I'm doubling that amount of time, and this is the deadline that we have. Like that's basically how my brain works. If I'm a dev, or if there is a task in code, I don't know how much time it will take, and therefore I will trust the devs into giving me a deadline. The thing is, I know how the dev works, and I know that most of the time the devs are gonna give me something like, oh yeah, that's gonna take a week, and technically it takes 20 minutes. So you know that. So in order to be a good project manager or a good product owner, you kind of need to know how to code, how to design, how to manage people and have like people skills, and then combine all of that and know how requirements work and how deadline works and all that. So yes, that's the base. And you're welcome. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I'm helping, giving you tidbits of information that I learned throughout the years. If so, you said I give you time and you add 25%. No, that's the other way around. It's basically you give me a time because you are the dev. Let's say I'm the product manager. You give me a time. You say this is going to take me X amount of time. And so either that X amount of time is going to work with the scope that we have and with the deadline that we have as product and business side, or it doesn't. If it doesn't, we're going to see if we can reduce the scope so that it can be shipped faster. If it fits, if that deadline that you gave me fits, I'm going to add a day. Like I'm always adding a day to the deadlines that I'm giving, because that way I know that I have like a day to test, but also I have like a safety if something fuck up in the beginning and we didn't anticipate something. Like we're like, oh yeah, this thing should take 2 days. And we start, and at the end of the first day, we're like, shit, that's going to take 3. And we prepared for that. So that's the basic plan. You anticipate the fuck up, and the more you work with the same team, the more you are accurate in your fuck up prediction. You know that person, that dev, that designer, that sales, he's gonna fuck up at some point. And as long as you have the right discussions with the right people at the right times, when something happens and you need to make sure that the team is still gonna work, you just ensure that the communication is good and that they are not afraid to tell you first, like, oh, I fuck up that, it's gonna take like 1 more day. Or I didn't really understand this thing, I just reread the requirements, I'm seeing this now, and I think this is going to take us 2 more days compared to what was expected. So we can reduce the scope by this and still ship on that day, or do something else. That sounds like you, yeah. Okay, that sounds like you. Um, so yeah, the again, if you want to be the if you want to be the best, if you want to be the best project manager, product manager thing, you need to understand business. You need to understand marketing, dev, design, and customers. So you need to have a global understanding of what a company does, what a project is, and how it works, but also how every single piece that create that project or that product work together and can work more efficiently together to make the thing work. Technically, I could be a project manager. The reason why I'm not is because I don't like to not design, and project manager usually are just managing, so they are planning meetings, planning emails, ensuring that things work, checking deadlines, and that, I mean, I know how to do it. I have a certificate for that. I have a paper, but I'm not interested in it. So yeah, but it is pretty easy. Uh, Again, going back to my first statement, product management and product owner jobs are the easiest thing as soon as you have the skills. If you don't have the skills, it's going to be the most complicated and the most challenging because you're not going to predict and prepare enough in advance to be able to take on like the buffer of, oh shit, that fucked up, and then the deadline appears. So yeah, I don't like managing people, and my way of managing most of the designers I've worked with as in my companies and I have managed have all said, and that's boosted my ego to the top, like they all have said that I was the best manager they ever had. To this day, some of them are still saying that. So that's good for me. I like that. I like that. A bit of a. But the way that I work as a manager is, here is what we need to achieve. Figure it out. And then come to me if you have questions. But I trust you. You trust me? We good. And then maybe at the end of the day or the 3 days or the week, we are doing like some sort of a review, but we have things to work on together and we have things to work on separately. And I'm trusting you to the fullest of my abilities to do the right thing and follow the guidelines and follow the deadlines. And usually it works. The most annoying managers are the micromanagers, like, you know, that. Yeah, we could grab a drink after hours. Like, that's not a. I mean, that's a regular thing, specifically in France. No, I'm not gonna lie about that. Most French are at the bar after work. Yeah, I mean, it's not Japanese habit, but yeah. Like, it's the type of thing where I'm gonna go back to the map. You God damn it. My work was here. That's the place. Like that specific building right there. Right? My work. Right here. These things that haven't been filled, my work. Okay? Cool. Almost every day, not every day, but almost every day of the week, we either did this, where we just went straight through that street and said, "Oh, that looks nice. let's go have a drink there. And then we just had a drink there. Or, or be there, right? Just there, be good, whatever. And then say, oh, you know what? Today I kind of want to go to the other one. And we went right there, right here, on the other side. Or maybe this, or maybe the one that is right. It's just we just went to have drinks almost every day. So that's a normal thing, yes. It is a very common thing to have a drink with your coworkers after work. It's very, um, yeah, you will. Just don't care about it. Or maybe you're good enough to not do that. But you will probably disappoint some people in your life. Coworker, not coworker, that's the thing. But, you know. Like, there is always someone that is expecting of you something, which they shouldn't, but, you know, they are expecting. And you will disappoint them because they were expecting something and you can't reach that level of expectation because you're not them. And, you know, that's the thing. Like, I can't expect you to be as fast as me. That's unrealistic of me to think of you as someone that has the speed that I have acquired in 20 years of practicing design tools. So if I'm in my head planning a deadline and saying this should be done based on my skills in about a day, and I'm expecting you to finish this thing in a day, this is me being a dumbass and unrealistic of me to plan. So yeah, but that's because I've been expecting of people, and then I've been disappointed, and therefore I reduce my expectations to zero now. So I don't expect anything. I just want the work to be done. If you tell me it's going to take 5 days for you, it's going to take 5 days for you. Cool. Maybe in my head I'm saying, yeah, it's going to take 8. Cool. Good. I'm fine with it. Unless it is in contradiction with the deadline. You know. Yeah. That is not the mentality you should have. That these the two first words after the comma are wrong. Only if. Get that out. I would give it a go. We could talk it over. What went wrong? Yes. The only if, that is the expectation that you need to have. They don't exist. You need to be able to talk with the people. Like, if you don't and you are scared of the repercussion and what the people will say, or that you messed up, whatever, if you own your mess up and your fuck ups, you're gonna be good. Like, if you fuck up somewhere and you say, well, I fucked up, accountability, good. If you fuck up somewhere and you say nothing and you hope no one noticed, and then you just hide and you're scared that someone noticed that it took you longer, you're not gonna stay in that company longer. Like, yeah. And the sooner it is, the better. Like, one of the things that has been said is, I hate surprises, so I would rather you tell me as soon as you know, so that we can move forward faster. So if you figure that you did something that is wrong in your eyes, you just go to the person that is in charge. If that's you, that's good. If that's someone else, you go to that person. You say, well, I think that I fucked up here in my calculation. I think we need to go over this specific deadline because it's gonna take a bit more time, rather than, yeah, it's gonna be done tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be done tomorrow. I just need like 15 more minutes on that. And then you push and push and push and push, and you end up like 2 weeks later. It's not good. So, yeah. The feedbacks should come, but that is on the manager side of things. If they can't give you feedbacks that is constructive and good, it's gonna be hard. And you, as Kat just said, you kind of need to go to ask the person in question that needs to give you feedbacks in order to receive them, because most people are not. Like, it's the same thing. You are scared. I'm gonna hair quote this with the biggest hair quote ever. You are scared. They are scared as well. You are scared of disappointing them. They are scared of hurting your feelings. Maybe it depends on the people. And so you don't communicate about the things that are not going well enough. So then, like, you need to go with them, go see them, and say, well, I think we did good, but do you have like some feedback on how we work together? Do you have something to say about the design that I produced or the code that I produced, whatever? Like, are there, I don't know, syntax that could have been changed? Are there things that are necessary that I forgot? Like, things like this. The question should be formulated and phrased in a way that makes you look, but also you should be, but at least make you look as if you are willing and eager to learn and look for answers to make you grow in the company and get better and be more efficient and be as good of an employee in that specific company that you can be. This is very capitalistic, I know, but you know, that's the goal. You kind of want to be open and true, and if you figure that something is supposed to change or something has like a path of improvement that you see, but it doesn't seem that other people have seen it, and you're like, well, this is bothering me, this has been bothering me for like 3 days, and I can't really fully figure it out. So can we have like a bit of a chat, like a 15-minute chat to figure these things? Because I don't want to move forward in something that I don't really understand, and I don't want us as a company to move forward in something that is going to be requiring to be reworked on in 2 months because we're building it wrong today. So that's something that I've done many times in my previous company, where I was like, yeah, that I thought I understood what we were building. I do not. Let me just take 20 minutes with someone that knows a bit better, or that has a different vision, so that we can just talk about it and see if we align, if what I had in my head is aligned with the vision, or if I'm kind of going on the side and it's not exactly true. And usually these people are going to be the project manager, they are going to be the CEOs if they are available, they're going to be the sales reps. Like, the sales rep have the most utopic version of the product that you're building in their head, because they need to sell the thing that is about to come out and doesn't exist yet. So they know the vision, they know where the things is going, and they also have all the feedback from the calls that they have made that tells them, well, our potential clients right now are really looking to have this feature. We don't have it, so I've been telling everyone that we do have it, and it's about to come out, so we need to have it soon. But that's the salespeople. And the CEO and the CTOs and all that are going to have like a very specific vision of the product that is driven by the sales, but also by the product itself internally, by the client that we have at some point, and all that. But like, all these things If at some point there is something that you don't understand or you are unsure, and you think you get it at like 90%, just go ask someone for the last 10% that you haven't fully understood. And then maybe these last 10% turned out to be the last 40%. And so if you didn't ask, you would have worked for like 3 months on something and maybe in the wrong direction. So yeah, you need to have feedback, look for feedback, ensure that you understand stuff. Like that's basically the job of a designer, which we have been talking about for a long time now. But the job of a designer in the beginning is to listen and understand and not like rush to conclusion unless you have the knowledge. So what I'm doing on stream is kind of the opposite, I know. But most of the times when someone is asking a question in chat for a or project review or something, I don't know if you've noticed, but the first question that I have is give me context. Like I need context. I need to understand what I'm looking at. I need to understand the scope of the thing. And then I need to understand the feedback that you're looking for. And then I'm going to rephrase what I understood from the project to make sure that I can help you go in the right direction. And once I'm done, I always have the same phrase, which is, this is my personal vision. It doesn't mean that it's true, but it's what is true for me right now. And you do whatever the fuck you want. So you need to understand the project, the product, the direction before you start doing anything. Otherwise, you're gonna go in a direction that is not the right one. So yeah, it's good to know. But yeah, I'm gonna pee 1 second. You glitched me when I was out. That's not a good idea. You can't glitch me when I'm out. It doesn't work. You missed this. You missed this whole thing. You know, like that needs to happen when I'm here. Thank you. That's a lot of sound alert at the same time. That's not a good idea either. Cat, you will be back in the house at some point. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. So yeah, that's basically it for like project management type of thing, and you working in a company. Like you need to be what, how can I say that? Open to feedback and giving feedback and requesting feedback. God damn. 98. I don't think anyone is gonna top that today. Dang. Why are you going out if you have no social battery? I know, I mean, I kind of know, but you know, that's kind of sad. I get it. But yeah, that's the also cybersec. Again, this is amazing. Like this is really. Uh, I mean, I'm impressed. That is. Anyways, that's the base for like kind of project management and things. You need to have like most of the skills of the job that you're going to manage. So designer, devs, um, and the issue that I would have with devs is there is so many options. Specifically now, if you have a project that has um, like an Android app, you have like a very different type of skills or knowledge that you need to have that is different than the iOS app, that is different than the um, like dev for front end. If the thing is more for back end thing, it's different. See, it's a lot of knowledge that you need to have. Again, the knowledge that you need to have is not necessarily the top level knowledge, but it will be easier if you do have such knowledge. So yeah, dang. I guess that's the thing. Oh goddamn. I think that's the easiest way to think about it. And then going back to the you scared to disappoint people. Yes, you will disappoint people. Don't worry about it. I know it's easier said than done. But you will inevitably disappoint someone. And the one that you will disappoint the most is gonna be yourself. I know that's deep, but it is. Like you're gonna disappoint yourself in your lack of knowledge in some situations, the thing you say, the way you thought you dressed, it's everything. Everything is gonna disappoint yourself at some point. So as soon as you get okay with it being disappointing to yourself, you're gonna be fine disappointing others, and you're just gonna do your best to not have that happen without really thinking about it. So I'm sure, for example, here on stream, I'm sure there have been people that have requested some feedbacks that have been disappointed with the type of feedback that I've given. Not really my problem, to be honest. I gave the feedback that I had to give at that specific point. Maybe I was in the bad mood. Maybe I didn't give them the right feedback at the point. Maybe I had a shit understanding of what was supposed to happen. Maybe it's all on me and I really had a bad take on that day or on every day. I don't know. It depends. But that's not for me to say. Like it's only for the person that had requested feedback that was disappointed by the feedback that I gave to be disappointed. Like it doesn't really affect me. Like the disappointment of someone else is has nothing to do with you. It's all on the other person. The other person has expectation or had expectation, and you didn't reach the expectation. Therefore, they are disappointed. Like it's just you did your best on paper, and they expected your best to be higher, and it's not, and therefore they are disappointed in themselves. That was a nice glitch. Uh, but yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. It feels like a very simple thing to have and see, at least for me. Anyways. There was something else that obviously I don't remember. Yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, I wanted to do that. That's true. Well, that's going to be kind of complicated. Um, I think I reached the point in the app to put the release on hold for a bit after this one, like the 1.1.0 on iOS, and work on rethinking the app itself in terms of setup and organization. But I think, and I'm probably right on that one, I don't have enough knowledge. So, Stony, I need you specifically, um, but anyone else that is a dev that kind of knows stuff. The only channel that I know and kind of trust is Fire something, Firestone, Fire Stick, Fireship. Yes. And I kind of am looking for a platform that is explaining how database works, and what I should take into consideration. The thing is, I didn't find anything relevant for me specifically now in that whole thing to kind of understand how I can set up a database without being that basic. So okay, let me go back to what I'm talking about. The video that I watched from Firebase specifically have been on the specificity of putting on Firebase as a database and how that works. And I think I didn't know that he had a course platform. Interesting. Good. This was too beginner? Maybe. I don't know. Probably. Do I have an account there? I may have already. I don't. Why am I at 69? Why am I at 69? What's that? What is that? There is the Firebase full course, but this is an XJS thing, and you just linked one, which is the Firestore data, which is this one, right? Because I'm currently using Firebase, I think that's the best option. Core concept of Firebase, comparison with SQL, advanced methods for reading and querying, relational data modeling concept. It's $10. Um, okay, I see. I think that's the half issue that I have with most of the courses is that it is for the web and not for iOS, which the concepts are going to be the same, but like the setup is good, is kind of different. Kind of, not entirely, but that's most of the issue that I have most of the time. It's just like it's good. Yeah, I think based on what he said until here is mostly my main point is going to need that. I need like some sort of a data modeling concept that kind of makes sense, even though I already have like some sort of an understanding of it and how it should work. The That's good, yes. Um, that could be good. I think I saw one of his video earlier this month, last week. So I might do that. The thing that I don't really yeah, I watched one of his video. I think it's this one. But yeah, whatever. It doesn't really matter. I think the issue that I have with these things is that it has a concept and the concept is not explained as I grasp it just yet. So the current state of things for me as the uh, guide app thing that I have. And yeah, please send a link. And the data is stored inside of a basically JSON file kind of thing. Like it's a weird thing, which is simple. But the setup is kind of weird. And then I need to have Firebase storage, which is this, to hold my pictures. And then I need to point the storage to the Firestore database to get the thing working. That is fine. The thing that I mean, personally, I do think that the travel guide thing that I have is way easier to understand and to convert into a Firebase database compared to the Japanese app, because the Japanese app contains so many entries that, you know, that's complex. Damn. So you had logins, I'm guessing? And you made a quiz-based things? My questioning now is, what did you do with Firebase? I guess it's just the login? Because the whole quiz section app to me is, or could roughly be local, but then the leaderboard needs to be like kind of stored. The questions and the score are stored there. Ugh. I mean, I get it for leaderboard purposes, but isn't that weird? I mean, that basically, again, that goes back to what I mostly say. Your app then is requiring network to be able to work, and the quiz is going to require network or like internet connection to be able to have the answers and check if the answer is right or wrong, which is, good. But specifically for quizzes, and that's very specific things, I know, but specifically for quizzes, I do think that non-local, but like at least that makes more sense to me. Like if I'm here and I'm like, I'll make a good decision or a wrong decision, it's on device, and therefore I'm storing that there. And then if I needed to have like a leaderboard, this would be at the end of a quiz sent as a thing. So yeah, I could use a SQLite to do that. It is it kind of is right now. It's an XML file for, specifically for this, that contains and showcase like the main data. But yeah. Morton, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? See, I mean, to me, again, right? Yeah, that makes sense. I think, again, I don't know. I think Duolingo is mostly like, not live, but like live. Like if I have no internet connection, I can't really go through a whole one of these. Like that's not an option. So I think Duolingo is also like kind of similar in terms of what they've done. So any questions or basically any lesson is going to be fetched from online and then displayed to the user. Then the user can practice. Whereas for me, it's just everything is on device. But if I had a leaderboard, which I kind of do, I don't really, but I kind of do have some sort of leaderboard stuff that is like through Game Center, that is held and stored through if the action happened. Yeah, the app is almost 100 megs. Was almost 100 megs in the beginning, and then I kind of ensured that things were not that heavy, and now it's like 45, but it's still very heavy for an app. But because it has like all of the dictionaries, and I'm gonna add more dictionaries, all that is gonna be heavy. I know, I know. But yeah, yeah, I think that's basically what I'm doing for holding the progress in local cache and then sending it when there is a connection, and to ensure that we have that. But again, because right now this app specifically doesn't really have any user data, and we don't really need user data for this to work. It's the same thing for the travel app. The only thing that we need is have access to the location because they need to know where they are on the map, but we don't have that access to that data. All of that are things that can be local. The thing is, the travel guide is going to be, well, it needs internet. Like, you need internet to access the map, and you need to be able to access the map to just, like, click on the details and see other things and so on and so forth. Like, all of that is, oh, I didn't know this one was premium. I didn't know I already had that in place. But that is necessary to have like an internet connection to have this thing to work. Whereas this one, why you kind of don't. You can just download the app and everything works. The streak for the day works. The quiz works. The only thing that would not work is the upgrade where you buy like a subscription. That's not something that would work. And the store, same thing, wouldn't necessarily work because it need internet to buy like more coins. But yeah, yeah, and for the maps, there will be like downloads of chunks for specific area. Like for me, I would have offline mode for premium users, so that premium users can have access to the map and look through it well or while they are in the forest, looking at things that I recommended that are kind of remotes. Yes, there are some of these, but dang. So yeah, Apple Map does let you do that as well, which is pretty good. Offline chunks, offline zone, offline maps. I forgot how it's called. Like, it's basically define like a quadrant of the map, and you just say that this is available offline. Which is pretty simple. It's it's a simple thing. Easy. I'm gonna need to refill that much soon, much soon. But yeah, that's like right now, again, going back to what I was saying earlier, the reason why I think I need to have like some sort of a database course or something that makes sense to me is the iOS app is currently fully like offline. So the app itself, again, based on what you said earlier, the app itself is like 100 megs, 80 megs, something, 80 megabytes, which is like really heavy for an app. But once you have it, and you don't need to re-download it. You have all the content there, and then when there is an update, you just download the different whatever things, which is pretty good. But overall, it is a heavy app, and so if I do some sort of database plus how can I say that? Like, database to have most of the content hosted somewhere and some local stuff so that if the user is looking to do some things, they need to download from the database and have the thing locally held, but not everything is on device. So shit like the dictionaries, for example, all of my dictionaries, all of the additional dictionaries that are right here, all of these are currently on device. Like, you download the app for the first time, all that is in there, and all the one that are like unavailable or available for purchase are there too. And if you want to just unlock something, you can just unlock the thing and have access to it. That is wrong. That is interesting. That is a mistake. But like that's the thing. Like it is on device all the time, therefore it is taking a lot of space. And it could be just a file somewhere that can be downloaded. No. I mean, I don't know what you could reverse engineer other than downloading the JSON files that are basically the dictionaries. But there is nothing in there. Like that, I mean, for me, that was one of the main points, or at least one of the key importance. The app doesn't have anything at all that is user-based. Like there is no data from the user. There is nothing that is held or sent to me. And if, again, I think I've said that before, if someone is dedicated enough to reverse engineer the app and unlock the entire thing, I don't think they would be able to just spread it around and give it out for free on iOS. On Android, 100%, it's probably going to happen. But if you are that dedicated, I don't really give a shit. Like, good on you. You proved something. My app wasn't secure enough. I don't know. But I at this point, I don't really give a shit. Chris, hi, welcome. How are you? So, you know, I think on Android you can 100% extract or make a dump of the app itself and have the entire thing, which is one of the reasons why I'm saying maybe it could be interesting to have less stuff on the package itself and more stuff on a database somewhere. But yeah. Yeah. I think I think the only sensitive information that is in the app is going to be, specifically on iOS, is going to be the dictionaries that I'm creating. Like I'm basically creating like a very limited specific set of 100 words per dictionary, 120 sometimes. Sometimes. Specific to a very, very niche topic that people are potentially interested in. But that's it. Like there is nothing else in there that is sensitive that I would consider as sensitive data, and because there is nothing that is saved from a user, that also is a thing, you know. But hi, welcome in. Thanks for lurking and napping. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yeah, again, it's I don't know. I think for the Android version, there might need to have some sort of a you know, security thing, just because Android is just easier to open up. But as Tony said, someone that used a hacked application is going to use a hacked application anyway and will never buy content. And then someone that doesn't, like someone that pays for stuff, is going to pay for stuff and never use a cracked version of the app. So, you know, that it makes sense. For example, what permissions for the user mobile phone the app needs to work. On my app, nothing. For the travel guides, the only permission that needs to happen is the user location, like the real-time user location, and that's it. And an internet connection. And yeah, that's about it. And then I think maybe, you know what? Maybe. Um, I'm saying maybe because the examples in the dictionary contain kind of high. What God, God damn, that's a big ass message. I'm gonna read that in a second. um, like I, I think um, because the examples in the dictionaries are text to speech things, because I need the AV Foundation um, permissions, it basically states that I need to use a microphone, which is not true, but it's still a permission that the user has given me, I think. So it's only in use when the user is using the app. But that could be a pivot to get access to the mic of the user, but also it's just on the iPhone. The Android phone is just kind of different. Doesn't use the mic for some reason. It's weird. Um, yeah, that's true. The server things, um, again, because the Japanese language learning app can isn't on server for now. There is no need for server cost. There is no need for server load. There is no need for anything. If someone decided to, like a big Japanese learning platform streamer, decided to say, well, I found this app, it's really good and I like it, you should try it out. And then I have like an influx of 15,000 people in one day. Please do that. Thank you. But the only influx that I would see is a spike on my graphs, and the load would be on Apple. That sounds kinky as fuck. But yeah, the influx is going to be on Apple and not on not on anything else. So you know, I feel like that is something. However, the travel guide needing to have some sort of an access to the database to get access to the locations, that is going to require some sort of a um, like load balancing thing. And because I don't think there will be like millions of places in that travel guide, the more that I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, you know what? Maybe just a JSON file locally stored with uh, an object that just state is premium true could be good. Could be way easier for me to just manage and create. Um, and that way the app could be used kind of offline. And I mean, a single JSON with maybe 1,000 places. I think I have 1,000 places or 500 places is kind of light. And that would remove all requirement for user data, login, whatever. It's just like the subscription would be managed by Apple. The only reason why I have the Firebase things set up right now is because I was thinking of again, if um, if the app is good and it's interesting for me to also make it for Android, again, I will do like a native thing and having like the database links so that I can have one place to update and be good. That would work. But yeah, I mean, not really. The main reason in the beginning main reason in the beginning when I said I need a database is because currently the Japanese learning app, if I want to add a dictionary, I need to do an app update. I need to push like a new version of the app and say, well, this is like version 1.1.0, and there is a new dictionary in there, and that's about it. Like it's new extra content that can be accessed, but I need to push a version. Whereas if it's on the database, I can just say the app is going to fetch the list of the available content, and that's just going to be displayed in the app. And if there is new things, there is new things. And therefore, it's going to be easier for me to just update. So specifically for the travel guide thing, if I discover something today and I'm like, God damn, that needs to go on the app. And I do that on the app. And then I need to go through opening Xcode, creating a new entry in the JSON file, having all the information there, and then like sending a new version of the app. That's going to be a bit of a mess. But I can 100% do the other thing, which is I store that JSON file on a database, and that's it. And I just need to update the JSON file somewhere, somehow. But yeah, no, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, but I agree. Get your transactions, so if you need to make multiple changes and one of them goes wrong, you can undo the changes that have been made. Yeah. Why did you reverse engineer SQL like Ringotan? I don't know what Ringotan is. I need to refill this. 1 second. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I need a database. I don't know. I mean, it would be easier to manage and operate and ensure that, you know, learning prefectures, and they didn't have them. Interesting. Yes, Tony is going to stream now. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen often. Yeah. I see. When you say you added them, did you just like... And I'm going to use terms that make sense to my head, but it's probably the wrong one. Did you just inject the data through something and have that inside of the SQLite database that is like just pushed to their database? Or is it pushed to their internal SQLite behavior and you just add that, like the table is on the app itself? Is that what it is? I know that it's inserting rows in tables, but like it's my question is mostly like, is it only for you, or is it also pushed for the rest of the users that have the app? Because that would be weird. But also, why not? Like, I'm guessing it's just for you, but I don't know. I don't know. I see. Have a good rest of your day, Rassen. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. And thank you for the memes on Discord. As always, appreciate it. So it's only for you, I see. So it's basically like for my app that is like a dictionary-based Japanese learning platform, it would let you do an extraction of the existing dictionary that are stored on the app, and then you could see how the JSON is structured, and you could create a JSON based on that structure that you could use inside of the app. That's what you're saying, right? I mean, that would require a lot more stuff, though. Yeah, I think going back to the question, first of all, I don't know shit. All right, that is the most important thing. But I see. I did not obfuscate as well either. I think. It was like a thing that they said you should do that, and I didn't. So technically, yeah, probably the same space for the Android version. But like, I think even on, I mean, specifically on the iOS version, because the dictionaries are only unlocked through purchases, the only thing that can happen is if you have a rooted device, you could mark a purchase as always true, right? That's something that I used to do. I said nothing. Yeah, hi, walk on it. How are you? How's your day going? So you could have an app that says always true, that basically state that if you use my app and you purchase a dictionary, it just marks it as paid. It returns true even if it didn't happen, so that's an option. But you wouldn't be able to really extract the thing. However, on Android, I don't know exactly. The thing is, it's mostly like the there is no downloadable things, Chris. Everything is on device when you download the app the first time. That's the reason why I'm thinking about it right now. Like, there is 15 dictionaries available. The 15 dictionaries are downloaded when you download the app and you put it from the store to your phone. So that's why the app is heavy. It's heavy. But yeah, that, which is not good. So there's no database at all. And yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's worth the effort. I do think it's good to know, and for the next one that I'm building, might be necessary to have like downloadable content so that you can just have the first thing, like maybe you have the first 10 locations that are on device, stored on device, so that you have data to showcase to the user even though they don't have downloaded the whole thing. And then they can say or state during the onboarding, I'm looking to travel bars, maybe. Like, I'm really interested in bars and restaurants, but I don't really give a shit about museums. So the only places that they will have is gonna be like, yeah, while they have selected then during the onboarding, we in the background define what is downloaded on device or basically accessible, and then they can just change that in the settings. But that's on the database. So yeah. Yeah, and I don't know how that works in Germany, so you know. Huh. Interesting. I mean, to be honest, I don't really know how it works in France either. I'm just like, that would be good though, Chris. Like, that would be very much blockchain wise thinking, which to me is what kind of needs to happen. We do have enough storage and data and capabilities on our phones nowadays to host and scatter information throughout the nodes that are our phones. So I really think that a Web3 slash, you know, crypto shit could, yeah, like it's just the, yeah, I think that, yeah, it could be. God damn it. That could be a good idea. Oh. Oh. Yeah. I guess that makes sense, yeah. If it's finance related. Anyways, going back to the voting that I was talking about. I don't think I know exactly how it works in France. Um, the only thing that I know is that I receive a message that state that I need to vote, and then I go vote. That's all I know. I take my little paper card and I say, "That's me. Here's my signature." And that's about it. That's about it. Like, really, really, that's about it. Like, I really don't know how it works.
Bad, AOA, bad.
Good, yes, it is bad. Don't multi-sound though. You're gonna be sad.
You know how you like when you oh my god, I sound
like that. Because they cut. The logic doesn't work. You know? I think you have too much points. Kinda. That's what you're doing. I don't understand voting through the mail. Like, that's weird to me. But also, like, in France we have le vote par procuration. That was very French. It's basically when you give your power to someone else to vote on your behalf. Usually you told that person who you wanted to vote for, and technically, you like have the trust in that person to vote for the same person because that's easier. But you know, that's the thing. But that's about it. Like, I would rather vote in person. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the mail-in voting is the opportunity for cheating. I do think that overall it's gonna, like, even if you don't think about cheating in voting, you just think about the amount of times that you ordered something online and it was lost in the mail. Like, you know, It's like thinking about an infrastructure that is meant to deliver packages and mail throughout the year is like oiled and running and good and it works, and there is still issues. Something that happens once every 4 years. I don't. I don't know. Anyways, that's voting. I don't think voting in uh I do agree that voting by blockchain tech would be much better. The thing is, it is um I think too technologically forward for most countries to adopt. Um so and I mean technically your wallet crypto related blockchain is going to be your wallet, so I guess it's going to be your ID in a way, like your national ID type of thing. But yeah, I do agree. Nonetheless, it doesn't change anything. I do agree that it would be easier. Um, yeah, it's, I don't think we should vote anymore. I, 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 I think. Safi man, hi. Welcome on in. Thank you for the post check. I appreciate that. Um, I'm reading your name again. I think I said the same thing last time. Um, Not even last time. I don't remember. Anyways, doesn't really matter. Um, you're French, right? Ah, yeah, I mean, to me, my own take on voting, right? I, I, I don't think countries should exist, and I don't think uh, we should. I mean, I don't think borders should be a thing anymore. I don't think there should be wars. I don't think there should be fights and everything. There should just be a consensus, a global human consensus to just make sure that the human race is fine. Not that I care. I would love for the human race to go extinct soon, but that's a different thing. Overall, I do think that we should just have a human consensus, and that's it. Like, we decide that as a global race on the planet, um, you know, things are supposed to happen for the citizen of the earth, and be good with it. And that's about it. And there shouldn't be like borders, countries, wars, things. It's just like, if you want to kill your neighbors, you can kill your neighbors. That's no good. We're gonna kill you as well. And that's the thing. But I don't. I don't think voting is a thing that needs to happen. Like we may have decision made by quarters, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think they should. I don't think they should. I mean, again, very personal thing. If your goal is to have migration that is easier and people moving around, if you don't have borders and you don't have um, countries, the migration is extremely easy. And I think some places that are like surrounded by water, as in the whole continent of North and South America is not really linked to anything. So that whole thing could be something. And then the whole African continent is kind of linked. But there is global water everywhere, kind of, roughly. Not entirely, but kind of. And then there is the whole Europe, Asian continent. And then there's fucking Japan just on its own, sinking. You know? Yeah. I don't even think there will be most people gathering in bigger cities and bankrupt cities. Like I think there is enough people that would be happy living in a secluded area or a place that is a bit like further out from the city, growing chicken and raising eggs, raising eggplants, and carrots, you know, all that. But I don't know. I think that people would go where there is activities and well where there is other peoples. So at the end of the day, you know. Sorry, what the fuck is that? That's the reason. I was questioning myself why the fucking stream on YouTube have had no views for the past 4 days. I put them in private. Oh, I'm such a dumbass. I am such a dumbass. God damn it. Also, Kenna, you said something earlier I didn't read, I think. Oh yeah, that. No, I did read that. I did. I did. And I'm kind of trying to catch up on chat. Yeah, yeah, I don't know how. I've never changed that settings, so I don't know why it was private. Like that's the reason I have not updated that, which is weird. Maybe I did something on StreamerBot without paying attention. Anyways, I don't think we need to make more cities. Also, I think clusters makes more sense. I think the connection in between cities is necessary. But again, I do be biased. I'm very Asian biased. Um, like when you look at China, China is massive, massive, and most of the cities are kind of connected by train. In Japan, same thing. You know, in France, same thing. Germany, same thing. I mean, Germany is a tad bit different, but it is still heavily connected. Um, you know, dang. Yeah. They also have, yes. Germany and trains is pretty good, kind of. It's pretty good. They use them for not pretty good things, but they still. um, that's the thing. So, Chris, your previous message, I'm reading your message from 3 minutes ago. You said people go where there are resources, water, food, climate, because that's where businesses set up shops, and that's then entertainment, and so on and so forth. My thing is, business shouldn't exist. It is. It is a secret lab chair, yes. And is it good? Yes. However, it's a tad expensive, but it's not as expensive as the expensive one. Like the most expensive ergonomic chairs. It's not as good as like an Herman Miller chair, but it is good. Yeah, I'm gonna explain 1 second. 1 second. Trying to read chat, and you are all too fast for me. I can't scroll. I can't read. I'm dyslexic. um, the thinking of businesses is a very capitalistic thing where people currently need currency in order to be able to afford things. If there is something that is like a universal kind of not income, but like universal understanding of these are the needs of people, and we as a society of human, we create and provide as humans the necessary things in order to sustain life as humans, which again I'm against, but you know, as a thing, that that's about it. So businesses shouldn't exist. It's just like, oh, I'm doing something. So you know. Like you do stuff because you can or because you have the skills. Again, I am Star Trek biased, where you know, I know that people sucks. That's why I'm saying that people shouldn't exist and we should all die and it should be good. But still, you know, I'm not for the sustainability of the human race. But if we go into the utopia that I have, that is the best option. Athenita, hi, go in. Welcome back. I think we should just provide as other humans, which is basically what I'm doing. And this is my version of giving back. Like I'm there. I didn't ask to be here. I'm still here, and I have some skills. I have some knowledge, and I'm just giving it back. I don't think you can have portfolio. I think you can go there. Social might work. Social might work. I don't think it's socialism. I think socialism is also still like in a way rooted in capitalism to an extent. But I'm not saying that people should share equally. I'm saying people that can share should share, and people that can't share should receive. Like I that's valid. Yeah, I know. I'm one of the cedar. I know. Like I think probably 10% of the population in any given places, 10 to 25% maximum, would be potential providers. But also the amount of people that want to have their house cleaned, like they want their house to be clean, and they clean their house. And maybe if they live in a city and the incentive of the city being clean was, well, you need to clean the city, maybe there would be like a very specific type of people that would be like, well, you know what, I would love to have like a clean city around me. Could be a thing. Yeah. I don't think, I mean, again, the paid part is what I would remove. I don't think paid should exist. Like, I don't think you should have to be paid to be able to afford a place to sleep, the food that you need to eat on any given day. Like, we have said something as like metabolism and nutritions being humans kind of needs some sort of a specific type of diet that is containing a certain amount of calories that is kind of healthy and wide range of content to have, like glucid, lipids, fibers, meat or protein, whatever. And that is what kind of sustained the life of a human. Cool. That is depending on the human size, the human habits, place of living, all that. You should just have that. No, not even income. Not even universal basic income. Universal basic needs. That's it. You need 2,500 calories a day in food, spread out throughout a specific amount of nutrients, and you receive that every month, every week, every whatever, and you have access to these things. You need electricity to work, not work, but like to make things work in your house, like your lights, your computers, your internet, your whatever. You have access to that. It is provided to you as a member of the society, and it's just given. There is no reward, there is no payment, there is no anything. It is just universal basic needs for humans to be there. Again, I'm against it. As in, I wish people died, but it should be that. We shouldn't be fighting each other for countries and places and whatever. We should just be like, yeah, you want that plot of land to build something that is benefiting the entirety of the population? Do that. I don't give a shit. Also French, so white flag and all that. 1 second. Um, and Chris, that is a pretty fair point. I agree with that to an extent. That's different. And I agree with that. I was talking about Shenshirous in his class. Um, there always will be people that are higher performer in specific domains. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I think accountability is something, responsibility is something, but it's like the current reward is money, and that's what makes the current system work, and that's what makes the current system kind of biased toward meritocracy, right? That's basically what you have in mind, where the people that do the most have the most merit, therefore they receive the most, right? I agree with that. I used to be big on merit. I was still against human, so not that much, but still. Uh, but I my views on things have lately, I think, for the past like 15 years, mostly been the same as if the thing that you're doing is benefiting the rest of the community that is around you, you're doing good. And that's it. Like, yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, the thing in my head basically is my vision of things can never happen and will never happen unless we have an alien, like real alien invasions, which attempt to kind of annihilate the human race for resources. And that is and will be the only time where human would be united. Like that's the only time that this can happen, where human can be united, and even then they wouldn't. But you know, that's why I'm against human in general. So to me, you should just live your life to benefit the rest of the community that is around you in the extent that you can. As in, for me, I can give out the knowledge that I have, and that's it. And I'm not expecting anything in return. I'm not getting anything in return. You're not subbing. God damn it! But you know that. I, I don't. I don't think merit in general is going to be a good thing, because how do you define merits? How is it like? How is someone doing something good for one person, or someone doing something good for more person? What is something good, or how is something good defined? What merits more than something else? Like it is really complicated. So again, that's why I'm like, current state of things, humans needs food, stay alive. Cool. Water, stay alive. Cool. Place to sleep, debatable. A tent is fine, but it depends on the weather. But place to sleep. And then they can do whatever the fuck they want. And most of them are gonna do nothing and do drugs all day and be high as fuck and not do anything. And they will not have like any other thing than using these benefits. But does it matter? I don't think so. I think we should have the essential services, yes, 100%, which basically is what happened in some specific countries, like I think China has done it. I think I mean, it's not exactly the same thing. It's mostly like cheaper because there is so much production, so it becomes cheaper. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, let me rephrase that. I think the sense of purpose, yes. The monetary gains, no. Case in point, I'm still not getting paid. So, like it's, I went out of crypto, by the way, Chris, to be able to sustain my life right now. I sold everything. I have like $30 left. I think in Ethereum that is staked. I have nothing more. I need to pay electricity here, which is sad. It's, yeah. I wasn't really heavy on ETH. I had like 50-50, kind of, roughly. But yeah. I mean, again, going back to the salary thing that we were talking about with Grasson earlier, personally speaking, when it comes to... no, we don't. Minoxidil, that's the only thing you need. Or the other one, finasteride. These are the two that you want. That's it. The salary things that we were talking about earlier, if I'm living in France or if I'm living in Japan, anything above 120k per year, I don't know what to do with my money. I will find things to do, but I don't really know. I'm someone that is very simple. I don't need like a very big place to live. I don't buy expensive. I mean, I do buy expensive clothes, but like not designer clothes at like 5k a t-shirt. I could forget about it. I do buy food. I love food. I love cakes, and that's about it, right? So they that's it. So I think there should be a cap on how much a person can have in their lifetime. I think it's Alex Ramosi, big ass dude with a beard, on that is talking about money all the time, saying that he would like to have some things like 100% death taxed. Like, instead of sending the money you have to your children's, you just lose everything when you die. and it's just redistributed to the entire country or places or whatever. So you know. So yeah, because you don't, I don't know, so why cap? The reason for cap is that you don't need $1 billion. You don't need $1 billion. Like that's not a thing. You don't need two. Like I think when your money can influence a country, you shouldn't be allowed to do so. As in, for the small amount of I think I forgot. Is it 7 mil or 70 mil? Whatever, I forgot. I think it's $70 million equivalent. You can rent an entire country. It's a small country, but you can rent an entire country for a night. And the whole country is yours. It is an option. When you reach that point, you don't need more money. Like that's not. You don't. You don't. And yeah, and yes, you, in the current state of things, yes, you might need to have more than 100K to make it worthwhile. But if we gave you the material for free and the machinery for free, and you could just do the thing that you wanted to do out of curiosity and creativity, would you still do it? That is the question. Because if that's just interest and you have access to a shop that give you access to these things, and you just want to experiment and see how things work, and then you find that it's good and that things work for you, and you continue to go to that shop and you do things there because you have access to that shop, wouldn't that be easier than having to buy the resource and the materials and all the things? Just it is available. It's a place that you can go to, and you could have that in every city. You know, abundance of things. Like I have one of these, not so far away from here. So that's why I'm like, you know. And like you said, so you're saying I shouldn't try that. What do you mean? Which try you were talking about? I mean, if you, and Kana, if I know you're kind of memeing at this point, but if you wanted to fly between countries with your private plane, do it. Like, in my utopia of things, first of all, planes don't exist. There is way more efficient travel methods. And fuel is costing nothing because it is part of the necessity for these machines. And that's about it. I don't think a few people need $1 billion. I think a country might need $1 billion or $1 trillion to support their citizen if countries still exist. But again, like to me, it's just here are the populated area of the earth. Here are where we are distributing the wealth to be able to maintain and sustain the infrastructure that is in place and provide the infrastructure for the citizen. It is that easy for me. Goddamn, this chat is shit. I can't read. Not you, me. I mean, kinda, but you know. And Chris, I do disagree with that. I mean, that earlier you said, and then purpose is gone and depression kicks in. I disagree. I think when you look at humans, as soon as the money becomes not an issue and they don't think about it and they just live their lives, they do stuff that is mostly creative and they create stuff. They attempt things because money is not an issue. So this is currently left to the wealthy people, but the reason why it deteriorates is usually because there is like an envious and jealous things for other people that don't have, or that do have something that you don't. It is not that complex to me. Again, yeah, but that's her behavior. That's a different thing. I'm really big on Darwinism and letting people be dumb and die for no reason other than their own stupidity. So if you don't take care of yourself and things happen to you, I don't have any remorse on that. And I'm not saying like because of health issues or brain issues or whatever. I'm just thinking about the people that really don't have the willpower of like living willpower. Like the brain is pretty well wired most of the time into staying alive. That's the thing. And the purpose is usually going to be staying alive. You know. It's, yeah, I mean, that's the purpose. And I've had, like, staying alive is the main quest, not the side quest. In the current state of things, staying alive is the side quest, and it shouldn't be. You should be able to stay alive and not think about it. This is the main plot of the game that just happens without you having to do anything. So it's not even the side quest. It's just don't die is the main point. And then after that, You have side quests. Yes. Yeah, I don't think building something for your family is a good thing. No, Downey is good. Downey is really good. I think the 100% death tax is pretty good. Nothing goes to your children unless you gave out stuff before. Um, it's not even fix the money, fix the world. That's not necessarily the thing. Um, just one pinky, not two. Um, I think your version of fix the money, fix the world is pretty. You, as you said, you thought about it, so that makes sense. But also, it's ha. You still have the money thing. I don't. I think that's the main difference. My main point being, I kind of removed the money in my Utopia thing, and it's just abundance. Everything is there. There is no questions. If you want to do something, you can. And you don't really have to think about it much. It's just like some people will have access to other things that you don't really have access to because it is, goddammit, because it is like closer to you or closer to them. Like for example, me, I am in Paris, so I'm in the center of the capital of France, so I have access to things. When I'm with my mom in the south of France, there is a ton of things that I don't have access to because it's not like where the things are. And that's just like location based. But you know. God damn. Well, I think that's a again, that's a me thing. I think the reason why some people are doing a lot is because they want to accomplish something. And the reason why people are not doing a lot is because they don't really care. But they have to. And if you like remove the have to on both sides, I think that's a personal thing. The people that do a lot will do less, and the people that did nothing will do a bit more than usual because there is no incentive of I need to do something, I need to like makes ends meet, all that type of thing. But you know, the exchange that you're talking about, I don't think it's necessary. You are still doing this. There's a ton of words that are out of the window. Work doesn't exist. Business doesn't exist. Money doesn't exist. If you want food, you can make food. There is something that gives you the ability to have the food that you want. Like robots, people that love to make burgers. There are plenty of people that love to make burgers, me included. Street food could be a thing. Yes, that is where I'm at in my thing. Like that's my utopia. I am full on Star Trek. If you need something, you get access to it, and it is free. There is no thing. Like, I would probably, I mean, I'm still am, make design thing without getting paid. That's what I'm doing today. I mean, I'm not getting paid. I'm still doing design stuff. I'm still teaching. I'm still helping others. I'm still transferring the information. And I think some people would not have, like, that. Also, cats, yes, 100%. That is not just you. That's why I'm saying that, like, my whole thing is just so far away, will never happen. That's also why I'm thinking it's fine. I don't even think it's honor and mindset or honor and service. Yes. There are people that love to do gardening. Yeah, think about it. You've seen your grandma, you've seen your friends, you've seen people that just love to build clothes, like sew things for themselves, but also they could sew things for other people. There are people that love to craft stuff. There are people that love to farm to the extent of sustainability, which is right now, the thing that we are farming for is mostly to feed animals that we will then eat. But the farming is not necessary for, or not used for us indirectly. So, you know. Yeah. And Chris, that's a well enough purpose, at least for me, to have your own garden. I mean, if you think about it, if you had stuff like housing, like housing for the people that is available, you know, all that, and in that housing there is a garden that is maintained by the resident of that building, if that's a building, and in that garden, the content of the garden is optimized to be or have as much resource and as much what the word, recalled? No, recalled is very French. Harvest for that building, and maybe a tad more just in case, sometimes pest things, whatever. The building has sustainable food held with and by the resident of the building. Veggies for it. And you good. There is no need for a crop of 10 acres of food or corn or whatever. It is not necessary. Yeah, I mean, Morton, that's pretty good. Like, also, yes, if you don't remember what you used to do for fun, that's kind of sad. But I do think that, like, personally, if I had no real need for money, which is the case right now, but if I didn't, I would probably still do some creative work. I would probably create stuff for the sake of creating. I would probably learn stuff and help other people to build crafting elements, as in I love to build things with my hands. Like that ass. No, shut up. You know, shit. So I eh. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Um, yeah, Morton. Yes, we call them differently, but it's the same. We do have them. My grandma used to go to one, and she was bringing back tomatoes, zucchinis, and carrots, depending on the seasons, and we just cooked that at home. And she had like her group of grandmas and grandpas that were just taking care of the garden because that's what they have. That's the time they have, and that's what they can do after work. Like basically, they had work for their whole life, and then after that, they had gardening, and they love to do gardening. Like my grandma used to love. She's dead. Used to love to have like plants and flowers and trees and things and taking care of them, and like that's what people can do. And so maybe our props, again, going back to the feeding like jobs, is it harvesting and things, could be just held by grandmas. And that's the thing. Yeah, but that's a different thing. I mean, I think I talked about that before. My upbringing and the way that I have been raised is on meritocracy, for sure. Like I need to merit the outcome of what I've done. So I do my homework, and then I have owned going out. I have owned the ice cream. I have owned having some times with my dad. Dang. Which is what makes me kind of resent it, trauma and all that. But also, I'm also really like into the initial culture of Japan and how it came to be. It's something that I said before, was that the Japanese culture, and I would say most of the Asian culture, is set up on honor and respect and ensuring the safety of others around you. And as we said that many times, that we see this when there is like a crisis in Japan. There is an earthquake or a tsunami or something. People are kind of calm, and they just go there and they help and they remove rubbles and they rebuild the houses and all that. Difficult to have a TikTok like I goes, and that gets people interested in stuff that is needed at the moment. Yes, that's probably a thing that we could do as well, but yeah. I mean, the TikTok version, the non-Chinese version of TikTok is already extremely educational. It's just that most of the people that are in there are fed in the beginning things that are clickable or clickbaity, and therefore they end up seeing ass. My ass. But yes, it is way more educational. The regular TikTok from the US has a STEM tab where you can learn stuff about science. My feed is mostly astronomy things, ass, gym stuff, and Japanese stuff. That's roughly what I have. And then on my Chinese version, which you've seen earlier, you're gonna see ass. Like that's my feed. I have ass, obviously, right there. I have architecture. I have some tech because obviously I have some cats, gym stuff, and that's mostly the feed that I have. But if I start to do something along the line of looking more on architecture and things, then I will get more architecture stuff. Which is this is cool. And yeah, cats is really cat like this. Like, look at that. Isn't it cute? I don't have much cats around here. Again, ass a lot, but also have a lot of cakes. But yeah, like astronomy stuff, same thing. Like I do have a ton of different things. But again, this one is the Chinese version, and this is mostly like Instagram based, not necessarily TikTok. But dang. And titties sometimes. But most of the time it's just tech, architecture, titties, all the T's, and cats and cakes. That's usually what I see. And based on what I will interact with, like let's say I'm really into this neck pillow for your car, and I like it, I will probably have more of that later. If I like the cats, and I mean it is Chinese, so obviously, like it is Chinese from China. There is only Asian girls there. There is no European people. So yeah, yes, we are discussing titties. Yes, it is Xiangshu. It is the red note thing. But yeah, it's just, it depends. There is a ton of things in there that are really good. There is a ton of things that in there that are like mostly for baiting, which works, obviously. But it's not necessarily my personal preference. Like if I open Instagram, we're gonna have porn on the timeline, which is not an option because Instagram is just full of porn. But like that's the Chinese version, and it works. And good job, Cat, on going back to Xiangshu again. Congrats, you did good. The amount of, I mean, the thing I sent to Kat yesterday on Instagram is a woman in another car filming a car in the highway, a car without a hood, like a roofless car, whatever. The guy is driving on the highway, getting goddamn head at highway speeds, and just the girl is right there, and that's the video that I saw when I was scrolling up on Reels. On the feed, the first one. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. No, not this one. This one is different. See, there is plenty. And yeah, we don't really interact with it. We just send it to each other when it's like, goddamn. But yeah, sex sells 100%, 100%, depending on the region. But yes, 100%. Anyways, going back to the initial thing. So, the TikTok things is educational, and yes, there could be something that would help into pushing some more necessary things. There has been like a push into other platforms like medicals, trades, and other things. For me, on Chinese platforms, I'm seeing a lot of metal work, like really heavy metal work. I'm seeing a lot of prefab homes, pretty interesting, and a lot of cakes. But yeah, so most of the American-based, social medias apparently are sending and spreading out a lot of sex-related or erotics-related stuff. Yes. No, the prefab homes are not. I like these. These are the one that I'm seeing most of the time. They are containers-based homes that are just, you can just drop them there, and it's done. And it just needs to be plugged to a water intake and an electricity intake and the water exhaust, and you're done. You're good. You don't need to do anything, and it's great. Like these vessel things are pretty cool. I love these. Amazing. They're so easy to do. You don't want more space. These could be 60, 80 square meters. Are pretty good overall. I love these things. But you know. 3D printed homes are interesting, but they're also kind of bad because you can't really move them. These ones, you can fix stuff. You can move them around. You can plug them together. If you wanted to have like a second floor, you can have them on top of each other. You know. What do you mean you would like 4 of these? That makes no sense. That was interesting. So yeah. I'm reading chat. 1 second. I can't read. There is no song. This is like Epidemic Sound, so it's just the MCA free music. You can't really find that. Sorry. Current song though, like exactly current song, if that's what you're talking about, is this, which is gonna be out in a second. But yeah, that's the song, current one. If that's what you were asking, I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't think, God damn it, I don't think you need that much space, Jan. I really don't, but you know. I forgot if it's .cn. I don't think it is. I think it's .co.cn, which I forgot. Yeah. That is true. I can't deny that. I can't deny that. But, you know. Bitch, can you stop? Like most of these, again, are pretty good. Okay, something's happening which is not good, which I don't like. We'll see that in a second. Like this one, I kind of wanted the official. I know I follow them. I think I do. But you can't see your following here, which is so sad. You can't. But it's been a while. But again, I have like a ton of things in there that are home related, space related, all that. Like shit like this, which is not like Chinese made, but it's like some sort of new tech that is popping up mostly with like Lego based cement blocks. Like one of the builder crew that I'm following on YouTube, they are using this as well. And yeah, these are for the foundations. And instead of having to think about it too much, like you just drop that. Some people are using like cements in the middle for insulation and safety, but also like that's not necessary. So you know, things. Like they do these. They have structures where you can just place their vessels on top of each other. Also, like this is non-working because my internet is kind of dying. So if the stream is dying, that's gonna happen. But yeah, like you can really, bitch, stack them with no issues. I wish I could read. Yeah. I mean, USA building is rebanned. Good job, Cat. Good job. So, nonetheless, these prefabs are really good. I mean, to me, and overall, the content inside of most of these things, most of these platforms could help, to go back to the initial discussion, to steer the population of any given place into a direction that helps said given place to do stuff. Have a good rest of your evening, Cat. Take care of yourself. Or they. You know. So I really do think that overall it's an option as long as you have responsibility put on top of the people that are in the buildings. Going back to my take on communities and things, like if the building is responsible for the building staying up and the building people are responsible for sustaining nutrition and having enough food for everyone, maybe some of the people in the building will do nothing. Maybe everyone will do something. And we don't know. Again, extremely biased on my end. But when I'm in Japan and I live in my building, it is clean because there is some sort of a habit from Japanese people of making sure that their environment is kind of clean. Not everywhere is clean. There are some places that are kind of not clean. 100% that exist. But it doesn't mean that, it can't happen. So, with that in mind, I'm like, yeah, you know what? It could be done. Like, there is a lot of communities in Japan for stuff that just, yeah. The school group assignments is not working because of the expectation that someone is going to do the work anyways. And like, good job. If we go back to the how's it called, meritocracy type of thing, the building is sustainable if everyone is doing the thing that they are supposed to do. So the people that are going to make sure that the garden is gardening, make sure that the building is clean, make sure that whatever, these people are going to have access to the sustainability elements of the building and the community. The people that do nothing will not. So you need to be part of the community and be active in the community to be able to benefit from the community. And the community itself is the building. And the building next to it is another type of community, and they communicate together and whatever. But like that's yeah. Like I really think that this could work, personally speaking, as a thing. Like if you have a community of people that are invested in maintaining the community and making it alive, you have seen that in plenty of places, where just small community of people, small groups of people are just sustaining themselves, being good, all that. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Anyways, I am going to send you to, I think, Plush or someone else, so that we end exactly at 4:20 of stream. I don't know. They have a thing with my head, which I don't like at all. I think I'm gonna send you to Plush. I think Cat just went live, but also, beginning stuff. Yes. What do you mean, quitter? Yes, show me on Friday. Take care of yourself. As always, thanks a lot for being here. I hope I'm not dead by tomorrow. We'll see. Based on what my head is doing right now, we'll see. And yeah, as always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube for some reason. Discord and the socials are available. If you have questions, join the Discord and you can show me. You can see me back here on Friday at 6:30. Goddamn, head is kind of bad. We're gonna do something. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. As always, eat something, drink something. I guess someone won. Who is it? Chris, good job. Congrats, Chris. You did good. I don't know what you win, but you won something. Good job. Anyways, yeah. Goddamn, my head is not good. Bye.